Greetings and welcome to this week's episode of Vampire the Masquerade Beyond Armageddon. Before we begin, I'd like to make a few announcements. First, we are proud to announce that Sabbat the Schism is officially out now. Not only does it delve into the history and lore of the sect, it opens up multiple role-playing options for fans of the game, including new playable clans, elder level powers, and much more. You can find your own copy of Sabbat the Schism in the link below. Second, I'd like to thank RS Experiments, our local musical talent, for graciously providing the custom music you've been enjoying so far, including our awesome main theme song called Haven Dweller. If you enjoy any of the music used during the stream, and you'd like to hear more, you can find a full library of Mark's work by clicking the link below to RS Experiments' SoundCloud page. Lastly, if you enjoyed tonight's session and you'd like to see more, be sure to follow both our channels. You can catch us live most Sundays at 7 p.m. CET by tuning in to youtube.com/@EriseGames or at twitch.tv/EriseGames. Alternatively, you can enjoy all our recorded sessions on YouTube. Links below. Remember to like, subscribe, and be sure to leave us feedback and suggestions in the comments below. We hope you enjoy the session. And without further ado, let us delve into the world of darkness in tonight's episode of Vampire the Masquerade Beyond Armageddon. As the sun descends away from LA, the night takes over, allowing the nightlife in LA to begin. And with it, Jack finds himself rising from his torpor. He opens his eyes to see the room just as he left it. His laboratory, now with fully prepared experiment results, awaiting to be tested.
I'll go to the shelf with results. I don't know if I should check it on me or anyone else. But I'll hold up on testing them on anyone of our persuasion and go to check if anyone else is at the Haven.
You exit your room and head down the stairs to the first floor. As you do, you catch from the corner of your eye within his room Jasper, essentially with his legs crossed on the floor, eyes closed, and his hands hovering over essentially a patch of soil.
I'll look and see if he notices me. Hears maybe.
Jasper, you would be able to hear the footsteps. It's up to you if you want to acknowledge them or not.
I hope it better be good, whoever this is to interrupt me.
Not really an interruption.
Well, the sound of your footsteps definitely interrupted what I was trying to do. What is it, Jack? What have you come forth this time for me for?
Well, to see if somebody else decided to vanish from the haven.
Has he not come back yet?
No, his stuff is gone.
That is truly worrisome. Jasper now finally opening his eyes.
Well, I kinda know where he is.
And where is he?
No, not really a hidden place. He's at Venture Tower.
Jasper gets up and looks at Tony, at Jack, and says, "Not worrisome. Him with a bunch of entries. It could possibly
Bold
get...
of you to assume those are Ventures.
What is
It
it
would
then?
be way easier if it were my enemies. Those are your enemies.
My enemies.
You know, Clan
Like,
Tremere.
oh, the wannabe wizards? Well, that is quite troublesome. Perhaps, maybe we should. I'll take a look, see if Larry needs our help.
Did Olivia send some message last week when they were scouting the place?
Both of you would have been, well, Jack and Serena would have been made aware that the scouting basically yielded very little intelligence, apart from the fact that Venture Tower is, for the most part, very well looked after. Unfortunately, Olivia found some problems and had to escape before getting caught.
No, Olivia didn't really find much.
Well, what did you find?
Well, what I did find that Gary wants him dead, which is obvious, and he will probably meet us eventually. But that's Clan Nosferatu. We don't meet you. We don't call you. You don't call us. We call you. So that's their deal.
Yeah. I see. And you should be worried. I mean, I don't know much about Larry's history.
Well, if he talks, he won't in 3 seconds, 5 seconds. So, no real need to worry about it.
I say we should go and take a look ourselves. Premier, despite them being, well, underwhelmingly annoying, or overwhelming, depending on who you might ask. They are very innovative, one would say.
I guess.
I also think it would be useful for us to go shopping there if we had the chance. I've been needing some more books to read.
Well, then you
If
probably
we
would
for a
have
few
better
years.
luck with raiding their chapel.
Yeah, but the chapel would be more heavily protected. Too much nuisance to go right now. I'm far too busy to be able to go on such a shopping spree.
It remains to be seen, I guess. I'll concentrate for a second and send shadow message to Serena. Jasper wants to go to Venture Tower.
Then we cut to Serena, who, as she awakens in her cave with the two wolves she's been caring for, she raises her head to see one of the wolves watching the entrance while the other one sleeps soundly still.
Are you guarding, or did you see something?
The wolf turns to you and, with quite a relaxed posture, lays next to you and simply allows its weight to almost fall on one side of your body.
Tyrion turns around and, puts one of her arms on the wolf. You were guarding, weren't you? Do you two take shifts?
As you ask this, the shadows begin to coalesce around you, and a shape becomes visible on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And as it mouths the words, you hear Jack's message.
She takes out her phone, connected to a battery,
Power bank.
Yeah, power bank. And text, I'll be there in half an hour. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
The response is a thumbs up emoji.
Mm-hmm. As
Serena gets up, tells to the wolves, I'm just going to go burn some incense at the sacred space, and then I'll be out for a bit.
Mm-hmm. Phobos seems quite okay with it. She seems quite relaxed, and as you watch her simply turn to you, from the side of her face, again, she's been looking more sickly, some of her fur has been falling. From the side of her face, you see one small maggot fall to the ground. Otherwise, she seems unperturbed.
She reaches out to Phobos and still gives her ear scratches.
Phobos seems to enjoy it. You see the leg, pat of it.
Then she looks to Deimos. Is Deimos okay?
Deimos looks absolutely famished. He is skeletal. That said, given how much they've grown, I mean, he barely fits in the cave, and he's clearly, of the two, the one who has more muscle to him, even though he is quite thin. He looks to you, he's okay with it, and he seems to go up to the front of the cave and stand guard.
Serena leaves the cave, goes to the sacred site, burns a bit of incense, and then walks out of the circle and steps into a tree and steps outside where the van is.
And thus, Serena begins to make her way to the Haven. Back at the Haven, Jack, going back in time a slight bit, you receive Serena's response, and you know she's on her way.
Well, she told us not to do anything she wouldn't, which means we are not going to Venture Tower right now.
Why would we just go for it abruptly with no plan? That sounds idiotic to begin with.
Yes.
Anywho,
But still, we won't go for it. We can wait.
Jack, you're a man of contacts.
You can say.
Do you know, or would you know anyone that was close or knew Dr. Ingvar?
Would I?
By first name, it's hard to tell.
Dr. Ingvar Johansson.
I'll take a look at my memories, if I do.
I'll ask.
I can roll for
I'll
it if
ask.
you want.
No need. I'll ask one question of Jack. Were you in LA around between 2000 and 2010?
Not all the time.
Then roll a 1d10. Odds you know, evens you don't.
Nah.
Unfortunately, you don't. Name doesn't sound familiar to you.
Not really.
Could you look it up for me? I really wanted to. A more in-depth look into his research. Apparently, from what I read, he seemed to have disappeared after a research of a sarcophagus. Akaran, I think it was the name of the sarcophagus. Akaran.
Look up on some like scientific works database. I'm pretty sure we have access to some of those.
You do? Would you like to start with those, or have a quick Google search first?
No, let's go first.
As you look it up on Google, scrolling past a few, very clickbaity titles, you eventually land on a news article from 2004 reporting that Dr. Johansson went missing, and it notes some of his most noteworthy studies at the time. Apparently, he was an archaeologist who specialized in religious cultures around the world. At the time, he was researching Assyrian religions. Namely, he was hoping to get his hands on and begin to study an artifact that was found in the Middle East called the Ankaran sarcophagus. Unfortunately, the sarcophagus was stolen and was never found. Shortly after, Dr. Johansson disappeared. Afterwards, you go to some scientific, I'm missing the term right now.
Forum.
Yeah, scientific forums. We'll stick with that for now. And I need you to roll a quick wits and computer.
That I can do. Hell is it?
Wonderful.
One?
Okay.
1 or 2?
You find a few notes or a few articles he wrote. A couple of theses, and notably, he talks a lot about his specialty, unsurprisingly, religions from the past. At one point, he was looking into some notes on potential theories regarding religions in North America. Namely, religions that had very pre-colonial influence rather than the drastic shift, for obvious reasons, forcefully applied during colonialism.
I haven't heard about this guy until tonight. I might know someone who might know. I'll message Vicus if they have a minute.
You get a quick response, quite expedient, saying, simply, urgent? Question mark.
Not really. Next message, the name of the professor. Know anything?
Urgent, then. And then you get a call.
Okay, I'm gonna pick it up. And since the privacy in this pack exists like barely, I can set it on loud.
Yeah, and just as you answer the call and you hear Vicus's voice on the other end, you also hear the front door opening as Serena arrives. And from the other end, you hear Vicus. So, what the hell have you been digging into this time, Jack?
Not really me. Your clanmate Jasper did. And I haven't been around LA in 0405 much.
Well, I believe your pack priestess knows damn well some of the things that happened in LA during that time. If she doesn't, then allow me to enlighten you. At one point, LA went fucking insane. Camarilla Prince died in the process, so did the Archbishop, and so did a very large number of Kuei Jin. That's why they got pushed back at the time, mind you, during their resurgence. Anarchs never took hold as they did before. Camarilla never established its power as solidly as it wanted to. And Sabbat never fully disappeared, never fully vanished. Nothing's been the same since that time, all because of that one fucking box. So if you go digging, be careful what you bring to the surface.
That's obvious.
Good.
But do you know anything about it, like, more? Or anyone who might know?
Well, newspaper said he vanished.
Disappeared?
Yeah, but It's pretty fucking clear someone wanted the information in his head and then, made sure no one else could get it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll leave it up to Jasper to tell us and you if he wants. What did he find?
I can make a phone call if you're very, very inclined. But careful what you say to him. Yeah?
Let me take a wild guess. Beckett.
He happens to be in most places where interesting things are about. That's why we find each other very often.
I'm fine talking to him.
I'll send him a message. If he can be bothered, he'll contact you.
True.
Anything else?
Not for me at the
Cool.
moment.
And the
You two?
call-ins.
You two get fuck all, it seems. So, Reverend Dearest, anything you might know about Ankaran sarcophagus and
Well,
State of LA 2004?
well, I wasn't here,
Neither was I.
but from the rumors, it seems everybody was very much believing that there was an elder inside that sarcophagus. Even an antediluvian, and Serena does a spooky hand thing. If you ask me, that's a bunch of load of crap. And just a bunch of vampires just really misreading the signs. They theorize that was it Strauss ate whatever was inside the whoever was inside the sarcophagus and became the prince due to that. But if you ask me, there really was an elder in that sarcophagus. I don't think someone that's like Strauss could really have actually devoured that thing.
Well, it's been
Really work
20
like that.
years.
No, but
Can't really prove much.
either way, pretty much most are certain that Strauss was the one who got his hands on it and devoured whatever was inside. And I think that's bullshit.
Jasper, what information did you find? Because, like, you haven't been here 20 years ago.
No, I wasn't.
I was closest thing to LA local this pack has, probably. And I wasn't here at the moment. So, what did you find?
I wasn't really exactly caring for this sarcophagus, but I was looking for other research paper from him. I was hoping to be able to speak with him and pick his mind a little.
Well, I don't think we'll be able to do that. Knowing us kindred, if he found something related to the Cainite race, you know damn well what is our rules for any of that.
That's if he's dead.
Well, like I said, I was only doing some research and I stumbled upon the paper that said he went missing after his latest research, 2004, about the Ankaran sarcophagus.
Yeah,
That's
well, everybody thinks that there was an elder inside of it. If there was, then there really was one. Then it's not. I don't think it would be really Strauss running the city anymore.
No, You know how Diablo
But
works.
also, if it really happened, then why would he have so much trouble with getting control of the city?
That too.
So, I think whatever it was inside, it was just good enough reason for Strauss to take over and for others to fear challenging him.
Well, you know the stories about Tremere. They can make your blood boil and shit. So that could have been one of those parts.
Don't premiers like to build their little hideouts at the university? I wonder if they have any papers from Dr. Ingevar Johansson.
Well, I can give me a second, please. I can
Use
try
the
to find
things I
something
gave
online.
you. Use them.
Yes. I'm gonna message one.
I've been preparing for this plot for a
Oh, yeah.
very long time.
I'll message Vex and like, yeah, here's the name. Find whatever you can.
You get a message back. I expect reciprocation.
Serena, would you be able to fix someone's spine if you needed to?
That's easy.
The response
Jasper
to
looks-
Vex, wanna walk?
Okay.
On it.
Well, I've got one of the ghouls from Duffington. She's paralyzed. Well, waist down.
I see. And
And you know what makes people work for you really well?
candy on a stick.
Oh yeah.
Jasper is just giving a slight offended look to Jack that he asked Serena, not Jasper.
After a few moments, you get a message from Wex with a zipped file.
Uh-huh.
When you open it, you find inside a number of compiled articles from Dr. Ingvar Johansson. Again, a bunch of papers regarding old religions. Some of his earlier studies seem quite outdated now, but even during his career, he seemed to update them very, very, very often until his disappearance. One of the papers refers to the resting spirits. Essentially, it calls them that, resting spirits in Native American mythology.
Yeah, it's bunch of scientific documents.
May I take a look?
Is there something on Persian religion before Islam? Miguel?
Roll a 1d10.
Mm-hmm.
This time we'll flip it. Odds you don't
Yeah.
get it. Ah. Nice. So, there is... By the way, you are rolling all the 10s way too soon.
I know, right?
There is a paper you find that refers to essentially the things that may have influenced Islamic culture today from its origin and what caused its origin, potentially.
I'll send. I'll send the archive to Jasper's computer.
Mm-hmm. Shortly after, Weck sends another message. This time with open files, not zipped. And opening them, you find bank receipts, you find essentially a huge amount of documents describing in like all the paper trails she could find on Johansson. It gets to the to a set of receipts for a suite in the Empire Hotel in LA. And it seems that Johansson had bought, had paid for a stay in that suite for quite a long time. After that, you get essentially an article about the Empire Hotel basically getting raided, for lack of a better word, attacked by some terrorists. And then Dr. Johansson vanishes.
Empire Hotel was the hotel we went last week.
Right?
No. Okay.
It is one in downtown, Empire Arms Hotel.
Is it one of Strider's?
Nope.
Okay. Well, he went to one hotel in downtown for a while, then basically terrorist attack. If it was that, and next thing we know about him, he disappeared. And he's mad. Jack blames Beckett for not taking his fucking business card.
Right
Well.
as you think this, Weck sends one final message saying, "This is about all I could find that might be connected with it." And there's a bunch of receipts, a bunch of paper trails for locations of specific people that went to that area of LA or made some purchase in that area of LA, made some appearance in that area of LA for the night of the event, and then went back. You scroll through them, and Wex highlights, essentially marks the files that are of most interest. One of which you recognize as, well, at least you recognize the picture of the man. He's wearing a cross around his neck, and the cross sparks something in your memory. Roll flat wits, please.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, wits into investigation, please.
Pleasure.
All right. You recognize the cross from one of your previous lines of investigation, given one of the tasks you had to do, specifically tasks you had to do while Titus was part of the pack. You recognize the cross as a specific version of the Christian symbol worn by the
Society of St. Leopold.
Society of St. Leopold, yeah. Thank you. I drew a blank on the name.
Yeah. Shit goes deeper than we anticipated, kids. I'll show him the picture of the man. Anyone?
No.
Again, the hunters.
Yes. Saint Leopold.
Should we?
Wait, didn't your little new
Yes, he did.
ghouls? Didn't your little new ghoul say something about
He did.
finding a whole load of information?
Mm-hmm.
You think he might? You did you ask him when he got that?
I might. I'll like single out the picture of the man with the cross, send it to Vex, track him down, and I'll call Strider.
The phone rings. After a couple of rings, you hear Strider pick up in a bit of a sort of out of breath almost voice, and he says, "Yeah, Jack."
I remember you told me about Society of Saint Leopold. Mind telling me when it happened?
Yes, well,
0405, I guess.
Well, around that time, I guess. You can check the records in the collection.
Okay.
Why?
Well, some stuff came up. We might find it interesting.
Yeah. Well, find a way to make use of that information. Yeah. More power we get, the better. Doesn't have to be money. Trust me.
I know.
Cool. You need anything else, boss?
Where exactly would the piece of Methuselah tree be? At your place? Or
Well, it's being shipped to the collection. My partner will handle it from there. Why?
okay. Just asking.
Would you prefer it ends up somewhere else?
I would like one friend of mine to look at it.
Sure. Just talk with my partner then. Cool. And the call ends.
Cyril looks at Methuselah tree. You talking? Are you talking about that fucking ancient
That
tree?
fucking
That's
tree.
By the way, I wonder if that fucking intern is still alive. Opens her fucking phone and starts googling the intern.
Which intern?
The guy who decided to cut the Methuselah
The one
tree.
who decided to cut into
No, not cut
tiny...
into, cut it down.
No. Cut it down and make squares out of a 5,000-year-old tree when there were a bit younger trees, but from the same fucking age.
You will...
And which...
You will basically get the information that you could realistically devise by searching. Which I'm sure you have, so you're better informed on this topic than I am, even.
No, but basically, is he still alive? Is he in LA?
He's not in LA, but he's alive. I'd bet you. I'll have to double check.
Jack! Since I'm doing you this favor with whoever that is who needs spine surgery. Care to find me and bring me the man alive who cut down the tree?
Not a problem.
You're good.
I'll message. What was his name again?
Jack
Uh,
is like Serena in first like campaign, which just like messaging
I
the
got too
dude.
many fucking people. I'll message Clyde, ask if it was possible for me and my friends to examine the military.
hmm.
And since we're probably gonna go there together anyway, well, if he's okay with it, to like to get us access to all 4 documents about what happened in Lay.
Clyde responds very, very easily with a simple remember the rules. The answer is no.
Okay. Well, it is what it is.
There's a Methuselah tree in several museums and stuff.
I can
Which
go
is
there,
great.
check.
You could just break in and take it.
Mm, I
Anyway,
prefer not to
Quick,
talk about
quick
it.
note,
True.
Jack. Just to remind you, you quite literally had your rich ass school buy you a piece of that tree.
Yeah.
You don't need to break into anywhere. You got a piece of that tree. You just need to get it
Yeah.
before it gets in the collection.
True. Well, would I know where it's gonna be
You can arrange for it.
before?
Strider's the one who arranged for it, so you
Yeah,
can
I'll
arrange
message him. I need to check the tree before it goes to collection.
it. You get an answer. Sure, I'll divert it first to one address of your choice. Just send it over.
I'll send him like some just place where we can go and check.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, she's like, I'm sure I don't know who you mentioned before about that intern, but I'm sure Strider can arrange for that intern much more quicker.
Oh, I didn't message anyone about the intern. I messaged
yeah.
about the St. Leopold guy, but sure.
Yeah,
Uh,
ask your ghoul if he can get me that intern. I think I'd go to the
We
place.
probably have enough money to just lure that intern in.
Good. I don't want to be rude and break your conversation, but you have
no,
other
you-
pressing issues concerning Tremere, possibly.
It's all the failsafe. And you all notice that Serena has a bit of a more... Like, Jack, you smell like a grave, and you know that?
I do.
But for some reason, you're pretty sure Serena smells more like a grave.
Well, Jack hasn't been brazen for a while.
Well, if we're going with this, then you probably will also notice that Jasper smells of earth for some reason.
Fucking stinky crew.
So, what was the plan that you guys had about the Tremere Tower? It's
His plan,
adventure.
gun blazing.
Really? Really, we're so close to achieving. I'm so close to finishing my dedication to Telia Velis.
Well,
Ye-
we could go to the tower and see it through the other side.
Do you think it would be able? Because when you when you put your shade to the task, remember it said it couldn't get in. Plus, we will
Because
be.
probably are wards against wraiths. But we are not wraiths, are we?
Mhm. Okay, but you know what? Mm, how fast can we travel there?
It's not that far.
Do you
No, no,
mean
no.
to?
Inside the Shadowlands.
I mean, we
If it
could go
doesn't.
close to it and then walk
No,
through
no,
the
no.
shuttle.
Okay. Can we test something first then?
Sure. Let's
I'll
do
just
this.
we might as well as get ready. Take whatever we need. But let's first see if we can grab another aiding. So then Serena thinks about it for a second and it's like, actually no, scratch that, let's just go. None of you know what the fuck she's talking about. Also, where's Olivia?
No idea.
Serena checks the room.
Olivia does not seem to be present.
She texts Olivia.
What do you text?
Jack and Jasper want to go to the Ventro Tower through the Shadowlands.
You get a response. Just be careful.
Okay. And all right then.
Look, I did a bit of Googling online. I'm not sure if the Prometheus tree is a Methuselah tree, but the guy who cut it down died in 04.
I stand corrected.
Let have him be alive. What's your problem?
Up to Miguel, I guess.
If it says he's dead, sorry, he's dead.
Well,
You have an necromancer in the crew. You can make him suffer again.
No,
Like that
was
ever stopped you, him being dead.
well, Jack, could I take a bite out of you? In a non-literal sense.
Do you really need to?
I need your blood to open up the gateway to the Shadowlands.
I'm pretty sure I have some leftovers from if not from full moon, then from new moon. I have some experiments with my blood.
From new moon.
Yeah.
So not full moon, new moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me check my notes.
I'm pretty sure I have just some blood from my experiments.
Yeah, that's fine. But you gotta specifically ask me for, like, explain what kind of blood you're giving.
I know that I had some from either full moon or new moon. I'm just be right back. I'm just gonna step into the shadows and reappear in my room.
Okay. Yeah, let's just say that let's agree, new moon?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
It's currently a waning moon.
Yeah, it's from last month.
No, this is preserved vitae from his experiments. So yeah, Jack appears with a small frozen shard of blood. And hands it to Jasper.
Now, this would be easier since we're on our haven if we use one of the bathtubs.
Sure.
I guess Jasper, since he's the one that's making the ritual, he will go start heading towards his room, go into the bathtub and the bathroom.
All right.
Uh,
Question, Jasper: do you consume the blood at all?
Not immediately. Not immediately. We need to fill the bathtub, but after he fills it up, yes, he would
By the way, Miguel, I forgot to mention it, right? But your map of LA is off scale. You know why?
That's fine.
You
We'll
told
fix
it
it
to
after.
him. We're gonna fix it up.
We'll fix it.
We're gonna
later.
fix it in post.
We'll fix it later.
But let me just. I'll send you something so that
That's
you
fine.
understand.
We'll handle it after the session. Okay.
We'll fix it up in post.
Yeah. Proceed.
after he fills up the bathtub enough, he will consume the crystallized blood.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I will make a note. Cool. You recover a single blood point from it, and you may use it.
And we'll use generation of the Archiron vortex to open up a passage to the Shadowlands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, essentially, you see the pool of water darken, become a bit more ink-like, and you may step through.
Oh, which one of you wish to go first?
Serena goes first.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me roll something.
I don't like you when you say that.
All right. So, Serena, as you step through, you find yourself. So it's almost like you step through expecting to find some floor on the other side. And all you feel is yourself fading into the shadows. And then you see yourself in the Shadowlands falling from the 24th floor.
My fucking god.
The building is kind of new.
Jasper would be going in after Serena as well.
Yeah, same thing happens.
21st floor fortitude is good? No?
Yeah, it is very good.
Okay, but you know what I'm gonna do?
Mm.
I'm gonna do my things.
Okay.
And I'm gonna make my sink basically just like expand the skin from. Basically, I'm gonna make myself a flying squirrel.
All right. So that would be this skin.
Just skin.
This skin, so 1 blood point. That's about.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll follow them into the vortex.
Mm-hmm. So Serena, you may roll. Jasper, as you're falling from the 24th floor, what you do?
Seeing Serena do her flying squirrel technique, Jasper would do the same.
Right. Jasper, it would take you time to make that modification. Serena has a specific combo discipline that allows her to do it in 1 turn.
Okay, so let me ponder for a second.
9,
You better ponder first, motherfucker.
14.
It's 72 fucking meters.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 successes.
Yeah.
I'm a flying squirrel and I am soaring.
Yes, the
And
modification basically allows you to take whatever shape you want for this modification, for what you've stated. And it serves the purpose perfectly. Jasper and Jack, how do you
Oh,
respond to
I will
falling
just
from this?
transform. I will just transform into a shadow and like you.
Okay.
Shadow
Jasper.
is fucking weightless.
How do you respond to falling from the 24th floor?
I guess Jasper would get ready to make a very fucking good roll, I guess, when he hits the ground using his tails to push himself forward. So instead of him just falling flat first into the ground, he rolls forward.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be able to just like knock into him so that he's like takes less damage, like slow down his like fall?
All right. So for Jasper, it's a Dex and Athletics roll, difficulty 7. Serena, for you it's a Strength and Athletics, difficulty 7. Jack, are you helping at all, or are you just watching an amusement?
I am a bunch of shadows. I physically cannot.
Athletics.
I can try to summon some shadow tentacles to help him brace the fall.
So that is 10 successes. 10
1,
successes.
2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
Yeah, so that is a total of okay. So Jasper, as you begin to brace down, your tails land before you, almost sinking into this sort of muddy-like texture of the shadows below. Right as Serena essentially helps you brace your fall. Roll me stamina, please.
With this many total successes, you still want him to roll stamina?
Mm-hmm.
He wants us to suffer.
All right.
Offensive.
So you forget. Jasper is very resilient against specific types of damage, but he's still a flimsy stick.
Please.
So essentially, as you, Jasper, basically roll onto the floor, the others basically hear just a sort of clicking of bones as what would very likely knock Jasper, aka your only way out, into torpor, simply sprains his ankle. Jasper, you take 1 bashing. Already halved, so 1 bashing total.
So yeah, I healed that back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was an unexpected surprise.
You couldn't have looked into the Shadowlands where we were?
Well, I'll be seeing technically both into the Shadowlands and out, so I wouldn't have technically noticed very well. We were way high up, but I'll make a note
Let's
to
not
never.
do that again.
Let's prepare for that next time. Just Jack is still being like a pile of shadows.
I'm gonna undo my squirrel thingy.
Mm-hmm. You can take your time, so yeah, no need to roll for that.
Okay. I mean, I still roll plenty.
That's fine, but you got all the time to fix this. You could try multiple times, so I'm not gonna have you roll.
No. I do
That's
it from
fine.
the first.
Anyway, so you are now in the Shadowlands.
Right. Well, Serena's like, okay, we were in a bathtub. She looks around, and Venture Tower should be somewhere around that way. And she points to the
Somewhat
east.
west. No,
Yes,
to
to
the
the
east
west, to the
is
west, to the
Las
west.
Vegas.
To the west, to the west. Look, I confuse left and right. I confuse east and west. Okay.
Behold the ADHD
You're welcome
party.
to do it. You're welcome to it. Would I be able to just like levitate as a shadow?
Usually, in the Skinlands, you wouldn't be because you're essentially bound to surfaces. You're a shadow. You have to project yourself on something. In the Shadowlands, however, you find that you can.
I'll levitate up like a bit to see. Probably there's like something resembling Venture Tower.
So you begin to float up, and as far as the eye can see, everything is almost pitch black. It's really, really difficult to see. No amount of enhanced sight would allow you to get a good view of the area. That said, you do notice the downtown territory and the skyscrapers that populate that area. One of them, you would assume, is Venture Tower.
How far is it, like, give or take?
Oh, you're not that far from our haven.
Yeah, it's... You'd have to walk a while, but you could get there.
Okay.
If, basically any of you who are born Americans or from cultures that require a lot, that are used to car travel, Jasper wouldn't be included in this because he's old enough. You'd basically look at that distance and, you know, immediately groan, but any of you with European descent would be like, it's a short walk.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yes, this way, I believe.
Does he point the right
Jasper
way?
would most likely know the way since he's probably walked the Shadowlands most.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so you begin to walk through
And
the Shadowland.
I'll be just annoying floaty shadow behind them.
Okay. So as you proceed through the Shadowlands,
Serena is just walking, and she's visibly annoyed that she has to walk so slow. Maybe run.
Well, you could run, but I will probably not be able to catch up with your speed.
I'll keep up to whatever
Well.
speed you both can.
Well, I can attach to one of you and do fuck all.
Okay, then attach to me, and Jasper, just go at the speed you can go, and I'll just match it.
I'll very politely await in any potential zone that can land me dead.
Wait. Iris looks to Jack's shadow. Become a fancy boa scarf on me.
Sure. I'll do my best impression of fancy shadowy scarf.
No, you know the boa with feathers, the one that they have.
Wait. Let me just. Oh my god. Oh my god.
well,
Okay.
you want to
I'll do
attempt
my
this?
best impression of that.
Okay. I won't have you roll because the result is basically always going to be the same. Serena, the best you can manage is to have this floaty darkness kind of annoyingly clouding half of your vision. And,
I keep away from my eyes.
Okay.
Yep.
For those of you who play Warframe, it's gonna be like probably like around the shoulders and the back.
Sure.
Await in any single
Why?
area that can land me dead. I'm not playing with that, man.
Jasper would whisper something that probably both Serena and Jack could hear with their high all specs, but he would say something along the lines, "Oh, I'm pretty sure Olivia would be very pissed off at this situation."
No comment for now.
No comment for now.
And Jasper tries his best to keep up with Serena.
Right.
Firena's just matching Jasper's pace.
All right. Well, the group moves through the Shadowlands at a more hurried pace. Serena, even though Jasper doesn't have the speed of someone with the expertise and the celerity discipline that you have, he still manages to keep up the pace quite well. More than some Olympic runners, even.
Yeah, but I can go faster, so I'm
Well,
just
yeah,
matching his
obviously,
pace.
but essentially, for someone who's not like supernaturally enhanced, just physically enhanced,
I mean, I
he
would be very
maintains quite good speed.
I would be disappointed if his legs were only for climbing.
And as you move through the Shadowlands, you eventually reach the skyscraper area, and you are met with a very large number of husks and wraiths that seem to wander a bit lost through the alleys in between those skyscrapers.
Looks cozy.
Well, it's better than nothing. And do mind the husks. They sometimes tend to, well, move and attack back. Just if on instinct.
Okay. Well, let's go find the treasure trove and hope that it actually stands.
And Jasper would look on the other side to see, well, what's happening on the skin lens.
How close would
Near
you
their
like
side.
to do this to the Venture Tower?
Well, not close, but probably maybe no. Actually, no. That might be people because they don't want the masquerade to break. So there might be people
Actually,
sensing the area. So
Serena,
never mind.
actually, you know what Serena's gonna try?
Hmm?
Like, it's a wild guess, right? It's a wild guess, but given her recent, dedication to Teliolis, she's going to try to use Eyes of Earth from here.
Interesting. Okay. Make the roll at a +2 difficulty.
Okay. So that's 5. And that's 7, and then it will be the main thing with a cult, right?
Mm-hmm.
9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6 successes.
Nice. So, as you reach out, very, very little actually catches on from this perspective. You see very faint whispers of vision, clouded mostly by darkness. Everything looks alien to you, almost like your brain can't really process what you're seeing. And at some point, one very clear one very clear point of view can be seen. You see from the perspective of something small, tortured, deprived of everything that it desires, and yet holding on. It's not in the Ventru Tower. It's close to it. After exploring a bit, you find it to be in a nearby theater, in the basement of it. As you look around from that perspective, you see a number of slowly decaying, mostly unsustained plant life. You are the only remaining one. You examine this being that you're looking from. The leaves are almost blood red. The stem is a very dark, coagulated red. The plant is essentially drowning in vitae, and that's all that's keeping it going.
I want to take it.
Hmm?
Do we... Can we go out of the Shadowlands here? I want to take this. And also that will allow me to actually do Eyes of the Earth, and then we can see what's going on in the Ventru Tower and all around. Then we can go back into it. Can we do that?
We can. Jasper looks back to Jack.
So, Serena, just to clarify what you want to do. You want to exit the Shadowlands and try the same power out of the Shadowlands?
Well, I want to get the flower.
But before you leave the
actually,
Shadowlands.
Yeah.
Okay.
But wait, the flower is in the Shadowlands?
Yes. Well, sort of.
Or is it in the real world?
Again, sort of.
The flower.
Serena looks to Jasper.
Superposition flower.
Serena looks to Jasper. Is this flower also in the real world?
Mind you, the flower is not within sight. It's within the basement of the projection of a very old theater, like movie theater.
So the movie theater is no longer there?
No longer there. And the flower is in the basement of that theater.
Okay, okay, then I guess I'm gonna go down. And I'm gonna take the flower, and I can keep it alive with my vitae.
Mm-hmm.
Before she takes the flower, I will have a check on the other side, I guess. To see if there is a flower on the living world.
Okay. So.
Because as far as Jasper knows, there is no living plants in the Shadowlands. So this is new.
So, Jasper, as you look to the other side, you see essentially a sealed off projection of this basement. Essentially a building has been placed over it, and this room is essentially sealed with concrete by the construction. It seems to have had some rubble and dirt pack it in and then sealed over it. However, some of the flooring of the basement has been essentially dug out, and a small garden has been created there. Within that garden, you see a single Nosferatu watering a group of flowers with her blood.
Huh.
Jasper grabs Serena's hands before she is able to pull out the plant and says, "No, don't do that.
Okay, what did you see?
It's someone's plants. There are
No,
plants."
wait, there's plants, but this is a single one.
Do I see that single one on the other side as well?
No. It is the only one that doesn't show.
Still, something feels
No,
weird about.
here's the thing.
There's a
Listen,
Nosferatu feeding plants with herbicide.
it can see the other flowers, but this one is the one through which I saw. My god is that of death, forest, and life.
Very well. I'll guess I'll just keep a watch if anything weird happens on the other side.
And Serena basically slits her wrist. Actually, no, she's going to say, Jack, move to my back entirely, like a cloak.
Oh, okay.
And because we're going further on, so she's going to just like go into the chest, like make an incision there, and then basically pick up the flower and attach it to her chest.
All right. The flower, as it is lifted and approaches your chest, you notice the roots begin to almost move by themselves, and the flower floats off of the earth almost. As if it wasn't really affected by gravity, you can hold it and you don't feel the weight of it. As you approach it to your chest, it almost melds seamlessly with your flesh.
Okay. Right then, back to the Ventral Tower, guys.
Okay.
And
I-
Jasper
I-
will start.
I guess. By the way, do I recognize any of the skyscrapers? Because I have like been like
You recognize
scout-
you recognize whichever ones you scouted.
Yeah,
Namely, you
I've
also
been around
recognize Ventru Tower itself.
Okay, that one over there, that's the Vent Tower. I've scouted this area in the Skinlands, so that one over there.
Okay, then let's go there. We can probably find the puddle, perhaps in the basement, to go back to the Skimlands.
Um,
Are you
I don't
sure
know.
checking Venture Tower in Skinlands
no,
is a good
here's the
idea?
thing. I don't think because they're gonna have like magical defenses. So we go in, we're gonna be screeching all of those defenses.
Yeah.
What would you suggest then, Serena?
Well, I'd say.
The back door?
Well, I'd say we try and see how far we can get in the Ventral Tower using our own 2 feet.
In Shadowlands.
Very well.
Through the Shadowlands.
Through the Shadowlands. Okay, let us see then. And Jasper would slowly make his way, making sure there are
Yeah.
no traps.
As Jasper is doing that, Serena is going to like since the flower melded with her flesh, she's going to be like, trying to feel like what's different.
All right.
Perception awareness.
Wits awareness.
Over the beach. Over the beach.
But fuck you. Oh, that is one
Why
of the-
wits?
that's
It's
a zero.
perception. It's
Not in this case. Because it would be perception if you hadn't noticed it. You know damn well what you're feeling. It's hard to pinpoint what it is.
But yeah, after Jasper makes sure that the entrance is, not trapped and won't harm us if we can. Do I roll anything for it?
No need.
He would slowly but surely, quote unquote, open the door through the Shadowlands to the tower.
Mm-hmm. Which part of the tower are you going into?
Which parts are there to go into?
So, from where you are, it is possible to go straight into the basement, as some aspects of what looks like a construction accident from when the tower was being built. Some reflections of that event are still present. You can go to the main lobby. Seems quite a few events have left their mark in that area. And all the way up the building, there are fragments of the tower still present there, with events sort of frozen in time almost. The top, the very, very, very top of the tower, which is currently unreachable to you, is essentially a frozen explosion.
So we have 3 entrances: the basement, the front lobby, and, well, apparently an explosion, a hole up in the air, which most likely
Well,
only...
I suppose that's the explosion that killed the Venture Prince.
Seems like it.
I say we probably could enter through the front lobby, but it will most likely have probably alarms. Maybe through
Let's
the
go from
basement.
the back. Yeah, let's go to the basement.
I can try to go to the top of the tower.
You could.
You could.
We'll
So,
wait for you there.
you'll be by
We'll wait for you here.
yourself. Or you can go down slowly and we meet halfway. What do you think?
I think since Jack can float here, he should do it. Plus he's in his shadow form and not like any of the you know who guys expect something like this here, so he'll be more conspicuous. We, and she points to Jasper, we should stick about outside, away from front entrance.
Well, we can go in through the...
No, let's
Uh,
wait, because we also remember there are people there that can also see here. There are people in there fucking,
True.
and it's not only just the you know who, it's also there's apparently some Giovanni masquerading as something else among them, so let's be careful.
True, but wouldn't it be more dangerous here? He's just looking at the husks and rapes all around. They can see them clearly.
Well, let's just first find a place where we wait, calmly, and then Jack goes out and we wait for him, okay? Find a better location.
Oh, I could probably do something to hide us.
Okay.
That way we can go in. And with that, Jesper will activate Spectra Cloak.
All right. I have to make sure I remember this power correctly.
It's in the notes, but basically, it's like activating. Is it level 3? Seeing the unseen from Obfuscate?
Oh, my
okay.
man. You didn't follow my instructions. You don't have the description of the power here. I'll have to actually dig through the books. How dare you? But let's say, yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the notes you gave me.
Yeah, let's say that's the case.
Well, then I'm gonna move around and scout for whatever, I guess.
Yeah. Here. I'll tag you, I guess. Miguel.
Mm-hmm. It's more important that the story keeps moving, so I'm not too bothered about it. But yeah,
You can get mechanical repercussions later.
yes. If I fuck up, you pay for it. Don't worry.
But yeah, the Shadowlands Umbra is shadowly
Oh,
out in the
okay.
Shadowlands.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you can make the roll for Coldenic Sorcery. Attribute is Perception.
Mm-hmm. One success.
All you need, my man. Okay. So here's what the two of you see. As Jasper ponders what to do and comes up with this idea, he reaches into his eye sockets and begins tearing out his eyes. As he does, he crushes them and begins to focus. Serena, roll me perception awareness because you also have Coldonism.
Mm-hmm. One, two, three, four, five. 4 successes.
All right. Essentially, as Jasper does this, you feel fucking echoes of agony reverberating through the non-existent air around you, as if the very practice of what he's doing stings everything around it. And as he finishes, let me see Jasper's roll. Was that your roll?
One success. Yeah.
Okay.
Difficulty should have been 4. No, 5.
Yeah, that's
Well,
fine.
3+ level.
That's fine.
Still one success, probably.
Yeah, as you finish the ritual, Jasper, you open your hands, and the others basically just see dust falling from his hands. As far as you are aware, nothing's changed, but Jasper, you know damn well what you just did.
Jasper now looks at Serena without his eyes and says, well, that should at least make us invisible.
Both of us?
As long as you stay close to me, about probably 3 meters.
Okay. Well, let's, Jack,
Yep.
do be quick.
No way.
And in the
Puddles.
meanwhile, I'm going to sit down and meditate to basically not waste time about the flower.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know. I want to know. What do you want me to?
Okay. Well, we'll go on a quick break then, and
Uh-huh.
we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
See you around.
welcome back. So, as Serena finishes her meditation and Jasper prepares to cross back into the Skinlands, Jack, where are you going?
I'm gonna scout higher floors and like what is there of the middle of the tower.
Mm-hmm. Going up the tower takes quite a while. It's a very tall skyscraper, but as you go up, the number of sections of the skyscraper that are actually somewhat tangible are less and less in number. You spot a few areas where clearly signs of a fight have happened. You spot areas where there are signs of a dispute, but nothing much. You spot areas where everything seems normal. You spot areas that seem to have the aftermath of rituals. As you go up, eventually you have a very large section of absolutely nothing until you reach the next area, which is a solid composition of the top of the tower ending in a very large explosion. Would you like
Does
to
this
investigate
explosion
within?
feel dangerous?
Not necessarily.
Oh, carefully examine.
Okay. Going up the area nearest to the explosion, you still have a bit of tower to investigate beforehand. You see remnants of a construction site, a number of husks of what look like soldiers, maybe private military, a husk of what looks like a man in a policeman suit, essentially fading out of existence with no memories of who he was. And going up further, you see remnants of, well, fragments of what look like, to you, kindred. Zentru, specifically. As they wear the attire you would expect of their kind. Most of them are in very formal wear. And most of them seem to be wielding some sort of fragmented memory of a weapon. You can roll int and firearms to try and gather some information about this.
That will be just int. Then was one difficulty more. Peleshe?
Okay. You're not a guns guy, really. But you've seen movies, you've seen,
It's been a while.
media. Yeah, you've seen media, you've seen movies. And you have wielded some firearms in your time. These are clearly more modern than what you used to carry in the military. But definitely, they look very, very expensive. It's the type of shit you'd see in the military. Only modern era. And as you go up and start entering this fragmented area of the building, you weave through fragments of, rubble that's frozen in midair from the explosion. You see the remnants of a large bat-like creature burning in the essentially one of the balcony areas of the top of the tower.
Mhm.
And right at the teepee top, you find a single, very drained looking wraith with an ankh-shaped blade stuck through its neck. And it seems to essentially claw at the fragmented image of a very large sarcophagus, trying to essentially claw it open.
Does the face look familiar?
Good question. You weren't here in LA during the time, were you?
Not much.
Let's say roll wits and investigation.
Mhm.
Difficulty 8.
I'm gonna spend the willpower on that one.
Okay.
Didn't
Lucky
need to, but it's gonna improve it anyway.
You realize that before you is what's left of the wraith that once used to be Sebastian LaCroix, the former prince of LA.
Is the Ankh blade part of him?
The ankh blade seems to be stuck to his neck. It's not part of him, but it seems to be such a strong fragment of that memory that it's stuck.
Can I touch it and try read to use Aspect 3 on it?
Are you then coming out of shadow form to do that?
I'm pretty sure I still can use some disciplines.
Sure. You won't need to roll then. But let me make it very clear. You're not going to need to roll because you're actually going to touch it. What you usually do with Auspex is read the imprint from beyond that the object left in the Shadowlands. You're actually touching that imprint now, physically.
Alright.
So you're doing this.
Yeah.
Alright.
Physically, it's hard to damage me when I'm shadow.
Yeah. You brush up against the Ankh. And as you do, flashes of memories, stinging pain, betrayal, an entire plan worked through the decades, the centuries. A grab for power that you prepared for, crumbling right in front of your eyes. The stinging sensation of whatever power you held not working on someone you thought it would work on. That one small detail robbing you of power. And then hopes that that power comes back, only to be stolen from you once more. As you brush up against the Ankh, the wraith stops clawing at the box and looks straight into your, where your perception is. Not your eyes, but where your perception would be. And it says, it's mine. It's finally mine. And it looks to the box. And the box slowly slides open. And I need to roll something. Let me check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that is this. All right. So you see the box slowly open, and emanating shadows begin to dissipate from the inside of the sarcophagus. You begin to see shapes forming inside. Roll me perception,
Mm-hmm.
and believe the stat is called. Hold on. Just so I use the correct word for it. Yeah. So perception technology, please.
Mm-hmm. Technology.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have it.
Okay.
So do I roll just perception or?
Just perception, higher difficulty.
Let's say.
Good.
Okay.
As you see the shadows fade and this shape take form, for a split second, it clicks in your mind. The sarcophagus is filled to the brim with blocks of C4 and a timer reading 3, 2, 1.
If I had time before explosion, I'd use my copyright free shadowy step
Mm-hmm.
and like move away.
Okay. Roll me wit and occult.
I don't believe I'd have proper specialty, so there we go. Hey,
All right.
that's not bad.
As soon as the image clicks in your mind, as the clock runs to 1 and is flashing to 0, you instinctively fade away, only to hear a deafening, cracking explosion. And as you appear farther away from the explosion, you see the explosion happen once more and begin to freeze in place.
I'll come closer to see if anything changed from it.
You approach, and once again you see the wraith of LaCroix clawing at the box.
Okay. Can I try to fill the shadows that are present in Skinland's Ventral Tower from here? Or that wouldn't be possible. Can I try
don't
to
think you would
fill...
be able to pass that barrier. It's not something you're
Okay.
well versed in.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, then I'll come back to Jasper and Serena.
All right. In the meantime, we
That-
cut to Serena and Jasper. Serena, as you almost begin to finish your meditation and come to the conclusions you open your eyes. And as you turn to Jasper, opening your mouth to speak, both of you hear the faint, muffled echo of an explosion. You look up, and you see the top of the tower exploding and freezing in that same shape.
Well, hopefully it wasn't Jack.
Yes, hopefully.
Anyway, why don't we take a look at least the insides, see if we can perceive any security if we want to go in through the Scanlands?
Well, let's just wait for Jack to get back.
Well, if you do, shortly
Yeah.
after, a shadow begins to descend closer to you.
Well, that was fun.
By the way, Jack, to communicate, I forgot to mention this before, but to communicate with them, you have to actually, stop being a shadow.
Yeah. Well, that was fun.
What happened? We heard the explosion.
Oh, exactly that happened 20-something years ago. LaCroix was betrayed by someone, opened a sarcophagus, and exploded the top of the tower.
I see.
It's still there.
Anything else of interest?
Any of you seen ankh-shaped knives recently?
No, that would be something perhaps used by ancient Egyptians.
Mm.
Perhaps,
Well,
I don't know,
a lot of
Satites?
a lot of killing happened that night. Mostly the States forgot, but LaCroix is Erise.
Hmm.
Erase.
And you mentioned the sarcophagus. What
Yeah.
exactly happened to it?
It was stuck full of D4.
So, not only was it stolen, it was booby trapped
Basically.
after it was opened. Huh.
Well, it was meant to explode anyway, because the explosives were on timer.
Or the timer was just paused until the sarcophagus was open. That is also a possibility.
Whichever way, it exploded.
Mhm.
As for what was inside of it, it's a toss-up.
Well, I guess we could take a look here on the bottom floors and basement, perhaps.
Like fully appear into Skinlands, or you're just gonna do you?
No. Let's go through the Shadowlands first.
Okay.
While I'm still hiding us, Vesper says, looking at Jack with his eyeless socket staring into his beam.
Sure.
Serena, anything against it?
Well, Serena just like jumps out of her meditational state. Sorry, I zoned out a bit. Right, what we're discussing?
If
Checking
we should
out
ever take a look
basement
on
and
the
the
lower
lobby.
floors.
Yes, let's go then. From the Shadowlands.
Okay.
Very well, let's go then. Vesper starts moving. Do we want to open the front door or go in through the hole that leads to the basement?
Basement.
Very well then. Jesper says as he is the first one to jump down to the basement.
Serena follows down.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yep.
Jack again her cloak?
Nah, but if you really need it,
I want to have a cool shadowy cloak. It's a
you're
vibe.
gonna owe me some blood.
Fair deal.
You get your shadowy cloak.
All right. And as the three of you descend into the basement, You see fragments of what used to be an accident during the construction of the building. Some fallen debris and the faint remnants of an energy that once belonged to a husk long gone. Right under it. Jasper, do
Well-
you perform your ritual of passage?
Yes.
Oh wait, you want to exit here?
Well, it's either here or the front floor. I don't think Jack can fly us up.
Why don't we go up the building in the Shadowlands?
Just out of character, just to know, you didn't mention that some parts of the levels weren't existent in
Yeah.
existence in the Shadowlands yet.
Yeah, there are just
Yeah.
missing bits of the building, and there's a huge gap between the top of the tower and any fragments that you can climb.
Look,
Well-
let's go as far as we can, and from there we'll figure out. Okay?
Well, I'm just saying that here's probably the most conspicuous space.
Listen, it's a Tremere tower. We walk in, we're known.
Fine. Jasper will just
Let's go
then
up.
touch the space where the husk was left, the energy, just to see what happened here exactly with his spec.
In this representation in the Shadowlands, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. You wouldn't really need to use Auspics, just brushing up against objects would give you sort of an impression. And brushing up against the debris, you sense essentially a sense of surprise, horrified surprise, and a flashing moment of absolute certainty that death was coming for you. Then shattering pain, panic as people try to save you, only to slowly drift away, the pain never really fading.
Can Jasper also look into the Skinlands while we're here in the basement
Yeah,
to
if
see
you
if
wish.
there's anyone?
Yep. So, as you peer through the shroud, you see into the Skinlands. The basement seems mostly empty. You do see a power box and a few servers resting here. And as you look around the room, you eventually see a small door locked right next to essentially a small desk with a chair and a few documents near it. As you peer through the door, you see a small security room with 3 guards, each of them examining the cameras, and one camera pointed towards them specifically.
One camera pointing where?
Towards
Again?
the 3 guards.
Well, good news and bad news. I found the security room. Bad news is there's 3 of them. He looks at Serena.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Good news. I found the security room. Also
Mhm.
here in the basement, there's the server room and a power box. Do you have you?
Yeah, well, that won't be again, like I told you. If it's a Tremere, they'll have this worded too.
Jasper tries to go through the door, through the Shadowlands. Is there a space he can go through, or just a wall in the Shadowlands?
Repeat, please.
He tries to go
The
to the
door to the
server
security
room in
room.
Shadowlands.
Is there a room
Oh, no,
there?
security
Or
room.
Sorry, one person at a time, please.
the security room. Can Jasper go into the security room through the Shadowlands?
You can. I will remind you, there are 3 humans in the security room.
Well, I would like to look through the cameras to see where they show throughout the tower.
The security, like the video feed of the cameras, show most of the tower. You see people in the lobby. You see a few people up in the offices. A few people in the part of the building that seems to be dedicated to more lavish, essentially catering services. For example, there's a restaurant within the building. Currently, it's closed, but it's being monitored. And nearing the top floor, you see a single video feed of the entrance to essentially the rest of the building that's locked behind the top floor of the elevator. That said, you don't see much, so it's hard to tell if this is the top of the building or just the top of where the elevator goes.
Well, they seem to have cameras everywhere, Serena, except for probably the higher floors.
Well, here's the thing. We might be able to get up onto those. Let's get to the higher floors and work from there.
We could
Okay?
also take these 3 mortals out and just turn off security or put it on loop.
Listen, did you hear
What?
what I said? This is a Tremere tower. If you didn't want anyone fucking about with your tower as a prince, where would you set up wards? In the security room as well if any kindred come in. At least to notify.
Very well then. And Jasper will just walk next to Serena and Jack again. So should go up as high as we can until the place I saw on the camera, or last camera at least, showed. Is there anything else of interest in this basement, Miguel?
Apart from the
That I can-
servers and the power box, no.
We could come back here if Jack wants to take a peek in the servers. Or put something there. Don't know much.
The shadow
how-
gestures, not really.
Then let's go up.
All right, how far up would you like to go? And before you answer, I should remind you, very large chunks of the tower are missing.
Well, let's just see how far we can go compared to the lobby that I saw with the last camera.
Mm-hmm. In the Shadowlands, you reach, you'd say, about halfway before that last view of the camera. And then too much is missing.
Well, Not much we can do. As far as I can tell, this is only halfway through all of the camera
Jack will
area.
move to the wall and just make words fly.
Fly. Well,
Jesper looks annoyed by the idea that Jack mentioned. I guess we could
How
try.
far is like the next part of the tower in Shadowlands?
Quite far.
the height.
So you've reached about, so let's say this is skyscraper, right? Say this is the top of the tower, this is the bottom. You're about here, and the cameras start here. And this is skyscraper. So
Can you tell that in floors?
it's a bit hard.
Like we don't know
scale.
the. So that was like, did I teleport more than 15 meters away from explosion?
Yeah, I'd say so, but not by much.
So like 17, 20?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll just try to grab Serena in the shadow form and like lift her up from the floor a bit.
Well, as you stated before, it is difficult for you to interact with physical things. You can use disciplines, but it's difficult for you to interact with physical things while you're in shadow form. If not impossible.
No. Yeah.
Well, one now, Serena.
Jack will return back to the wall and fly. Not question mark. The
I
exclamation
swear to
mark.
God, Jack, if you say that once again, I will destroy whatever wall you're riding in for the next hour. We cannot fly. We're not shadows like you.
Look,
You're lucky
let's
Jack
get
cannot
as
talk
high
right
as
now.
we can. So, what floor does the camera stop? Can you see?
It stopped, and now I would say exactly how far
Yeah,
up
near the top,
compared
but
to where.
not quite the top. Say about the top 30 floors of the skyscraper.
About near the top 30 floors of the skyscraper. And we're not even, well, technically, I think we're about halfway to there, but there's nowhere we can go up from here.
Well, then, still, let's get as high as we can.
You are as high as you can get.
Oh, we
In the
already.
Shadowlands, yeah.
Okay. How much
While they-
up?
Yeah. Go on.
How much up do we need to go, like in meters?
How much further up?
Yeah.
Let me look up the average height of a skyscraper. One moment.
How many floors are missing?
Quite a few. The cameras cover the last, the cameras only failed to cover the last 30 floors of the skyscraper. But again, it's a skyscraper, and you're not even halfway up the entirety of the skyscraper. So, hold on.
Well, on VtM Wiki it says that Ventru Tower is 100-story tall, plus probably whatever on top.
Yeah, so it says the total height would be 150 meters on average. Oh no, at a minimum, actually.
Well, 100 stories is like 300 meters, give or take.
Yeah, so you'd have, let's say you're about halfway, so about 150 meters.
100 meters. Okay.
I'll try to use Shadow Step to like see how far can I stretch it in Shadowlands.
I won't. Yeah, it doesn't require a roll to do it, right?
It requires Dex a cold, but you know.
Yeah, with
Can
multiple
cover that
attempts,
with-
you'd be able to figure it out. It's about you can basically stretch it to a maximum, a very maximum of 20 meters, if you get lucky. Like if you really exert yourself.
Mm. Yeah.
I think
Jack
the
will-
best kind of option would
Jack,
be.
if he'd be able, he'd like write on the wall 20 meter. We need to cover 80 more.
So I think the best plan, if we want to go to the higher floors, Serena, unfortunately, be to take out the guards and. Well, I can probably hide their presence as long as no one is watching the screens in the security room.
Okay, so listen. Jax, can you... How much blood would you need from... It's best if there's only one person doing that. Well, actually, God knows what's gonna happen, but...
Allow me to just reiterate: Jack can't teleport. Well, Jack can't carry.
I can
someone.
teleport.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
You can carry someone when you
I
teleport.
can teleport with Shadow Step.
But you'd have to be in physical form, right?
Probably.
Okay. So it just means you'd have to teleport with that person. And then, like, mid-fall, you'd have to teleport again.
Yeah. Jack will
not
just
easy.
transform back into human. Look, I might have an idea. It's gonna be hard. Chances are we're gonna fuck it up. But you remember how you transformed into just a lot of blood?
Yeah.
Can you basically attach yourself to me and I just try to get us to the top floor?
I suppose. And Serena looks at Jasper. Can you do that?
No.
Well, there's a problem.
Well, let's do.
Actually. Right. How much blood do both of you have in you?
1.5 humans wars.
Looks to Jasper.
Almost true.
What? Okay, so you're at full. So it's about 100 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's about 100 meters. Let's try the blood from first. Jack, you bring me up, and if that's possible, I will do a transformation that's going to basically transform part of my body into a long rope, and I will
Well, let's see.
Let's see first if we can get it out.
Let's try it. Is there like a 20-meter space I can try teleporting with them, like to see how quick I can go back force?
Sure. And you'd have to be in physical form to carry them while teleporting.
Yeah,
right?
I'll try to like hold them bows and like here there like how
Mhm.
much time would I need to do 2 jumps?
Okay, so you're testing 2 jumps straight up, correct?
No, back and forth, like
Back and forth.
to not do full damage.
Okay.
The roll for it is strength occult.
You don't
but...
need to. You don't need to. Basically, you do 1 jump,
Uh-huh.
and as you try to do the next, it takes you a while to sort of readjust to where you are. Then you teleport again. It takes you about a second to readjust.
So pray to your gods.
Okay, wait, Serena.
By the way, spend the blood for the teleportation, please.
Oh, I don't need to. There's no blood cost.
Good.
The power is bullshit. 6
It
levels,
is
guys.
bullshit. Anyway.
6 levels disciplines.
Okay, so, so it took you a second, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it took you a second, so we will fall.
I'll also add something. It took you a second from teleporting once this way, straight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Look, Serena just takes out her notebook, right?
Time
Well,
for
if-
fucking calculations. The power of math.
Well, if the gravity works the same way, we're gonna do
we
10
will-
meters at a time.
No. So, what's your limit?
20 meters, give or take.
Okay, so every time, Serena does a bit of calculations. Every time that you're gonna jump, we're going to fall down 5 meters. So which
Okay.
means that every single jump will take 15 meters, and we need to travel about 100, you said?
100, something like that.
Yeah, so that'll be 6-7 jumps.
Sure, I guess.
What I can do though is try and slow down a bit of our falling, and I'm basically going to take my like some of the skin on the back, and I'm just going to like sort of like like make like a little like like
Parachute.
yeah, like a parachute to slow down the acceleration.
Mm-hmm.
How much?
Is it one of those rush transformations, or?
Yes,
you
the
taking
rush
it back?
transformation.
Yeah, this will. It's the skin on your back, but to make a parachute that would hold 3 people, that's
It's
quite
just
significant.
no, it's not about like 3 people. It's just about to slow down
Another
the
thing.
acceleration just a bit.
Another thing I completely forgot. Just roll flat int.
Ooh.
Yeah,
What
I
about
suppose you wouldn't realize it.
Would I know about about this? Should I
Well,
roll?
you can. Yeah, anyone with, 2 or more points of int can roll.
Listen, I've calculated how much we would fall with the acceleration rate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just
Actually-
very quickly, Jasper and Jack, you both would realize from the previous time you fell down, while you can sort of parachute to avoid significant damage, the air resistance here feels way less pronounced.
Less?
Yeah.
Does somebody mention it?
Yeah, I'd mentioned it.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, give me an object. Some objects. Like
I
heavy
guess.
object.
I
Never
guess.
mind. Farina takes out like a knife, right?
Mm-hmm.
She remembers about her height, which is about 5.7, right? Which is 5 foot 7 in centimeters.
just around 170.
170. And she tells Jack to basically look at your phone, start a timer, and tell me the exact freaking time. Okay?
Okay.
As the knife falls. 1, 2, 3. And she drops a knife.
Yep, I'll time it.
And then basically Serena recalculates what's the acceleration in free fall here. So on Earth it's 9.8 meters
Okay,
per
so
second. Per second squared.
essentially, to avoid turning this episode into a
Game
math
of groups.
exercise, I'll just abbreviate what your calculations, like the conclusions you'd come to. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it is possible that you might succeed in this if every time Jack teleports, you lose the momentum you had going downward. If you don't lose that momentum and you keep accelerating, at the speed you were when you teleported,
Yeah.
then eventually Jack won't be able to teleport fast enough to overcome the distance you're falling.
Okay,
Not to mention the fact that the time between jumps might vary, and Jack doesn't know quite how that would go. So, it's something you can risk, but there's no guarantee you'll succeed, and it's a fucking skyscraper.
Okay, then what Serena's going to do... She's going to make large bat wings.
Okay.
So that, and then she looks to the... After this, I will need to feed from both of you.
Okay.
Serena, are you only using your own materials to make the bat wings?
Well, I don't have any other materials to use.
Two human wars standing in front of you, by the way.
Jack and
say this
Jasper
from
fucking sweating, hoping she doesn't notice.
Sweating
I
bloody
will
bullets.
say this from past experience with Larry. He did mention it is weird to fly here. So if you're used to flying the Scarelands,
Look,
well,
all I need is to stop the momentum. I'm using my own fucking material and it's gonna cost a fucking lot. So...
But aren't you gonna turn technically into blood?
I am going to transform and get wings.
Maybe
Jack is
do
gonna
wings on Jasper and you transform into blood form.
That's not going to work that way. It doesn't work that way, guys, okay? The blood form cannot be a fucking wing. You transform Jasper into wings if you'd like. Like I said, you're gonna be holding on to me, and every fucking jump is gonna start with the fact that I'm gonna be slowing down the bloody fucking momentum. What I'm telling you is that this is going to be a massive fucking change with bones and everything that I'm going to be taking from my legs, from my spine and whatever, and I will need to put it all back afterwards, and I will need blood. Do you understand? Are we gonna stand here fucking arguing? Now, Serena basically looks down. Right, Jack. You'll be holding me under your Jack, you hold on to Jasper.
Mhm.
Jasper, you come here. I'm gonna melt some of my flesh to you so that I can be attached, and then I'll be using most of my legs and stuff, like, well, to first lower the weight, and second to make it into legs and with the hands. But I will need to attach somehow so that, because the hands will be easier to use as the limbs for flight. Got it?
Okay. Sure.
Okay, Miguel. So basically, what I'm doing, I'm not gonna have legs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use some of my flesh to basically wrap around Jasper's torso,
Okay.
and I'm gonna use the material from legs and hands to basically make giant bat wings. So every time we
All right.
basically like get to somewhere, I'm going to be flapping them very down to get up. Okay.
Okay.
So
So we have a plan then.
yes, cost.
Kinda.
Okay. Not an easy plan to perform, but it's a plan. All right. So, is everyone agreed with this?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think he's disagreeing with her.
Wise
You
man.
got them right, boy.
Okay. So, from Serena, this will basically evaluate your performance at first. I'll need you to roll me a strength athletics roll. From Jack, I'll need you to roll me whatever you roll for that teleportation,
Strength
dex and
For me, it's Dex Occult.
Yeah.
For pulling somebody else, it's Trans Occult.
Okay, so strength occult. Difficulty will be a bit higher because it's 2 people instead of 1.
Potence.
Potence is flat dice unless you spend extra blood, like 1 point to turn it all into
successes.
auto successes.
6 successes.
1 at a time, please. So that's your roll, Jack. And Jasper, do you have a role in this plan, or are you just sort of flinging about trying not to interfere?
I'm just holding on to Jack to make
Okay.
sure I do not fall.
Okay, then you can roll me as a safeguard in case you have some trick up your sleeve. Wits and alertness.
I guess what I can do with, because I do have 3 tails, is to bind my legs and my torso to him using my tail. Also, instead of just holding on with my arms.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can also
what I'm
do
having
that.
you roll for is basically if something goes wrong, to see if you can do something in reaction to it, because they'll be focused on what they're doing.
Okay, so wits plus what?
Wits alertness, and Jack, it's your strength and occult roll.
Yep.
Difficulty
I'm gonna
is a bit higher.
spend another fucking willpower and pray to Pelese.
Do changes in strategy count?
Yes.
Ooh, that Pelese fucking worked.
That Pelissa saved your
2
ass,
fucking
boy.
successes, bitch. 2 fucking successes. Or 3
I
if difficulty was
I got-
about. No, it's
I
2.
got 6 successes.
Sorry. So yeah. Okay. So, for the first half, every time Jack teleports with the 2 of you and Serena begins to vigorously try to keep you from falling, you do lose a bit of ground, but you're managing. You manage to cover about halfway there. And now I need you to repeat the rolls. And difficulty is going to be higher because you've been doing this for, not a long time, but this is...
I'm
yeah.
spending a willpower point.
Me too, Pelese.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 successes.
Okay, nice.
5 at least, I guess. Or
Okay.
4.
Jack, for a few moments, you begin to panic as the acceleration becomes kind of almost unmanageable, but Serena's wings manage to slow it down enough that you manage to keep up. You also notice that it takes you a bit longer to adjust because of the frequent jumps. By the end, you're almost spending a whole 3 seconds just trying to figure out where to teleport to, not to confuse yourself. And eventually, through the hard work of the three of you, Jack, you nearly managed to grab onto the ledge of the, the part you're
since my-
trying to get to.
Miguel,
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
You barely miss, and as you're falling, Jasper grabs the ledge with one of his tails, and while it hurts like shit, you manage to hold on.
Serena also, because like my bat wings are like bat wings, and they have hands on the end, and they're
hooks.
like pretty big. Yeah, I grab on, and also with the tail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you manage to climb on.
Okay.
And for a moment, you look down and you get a bit of vertigo, as since the Shadowlands are quite dark, all you see is the small dot of where you were on the ground floor.
And Serena
the rest
starts
is just
transforming back into her form.
I do have a question that we got here.
Yes?
How will we get down exactly?
Well, we're gonna be paraplaning.
Let's hope there's some Tremere to drop some blood, for fuck's sake. I'm not doing that again.
Look, all we need is a few mortals. Either way, how are we getting down? Well, Serena walks to the edge of the Venturtausk, the skyscraper. There are other skyscrapers in the area, as far as I know, and it won't be as difficult to just bust out of a window and jump onto the other one. It's not like it's the only fucking skyscraper around.
Is there any other skyscraper that's near as tall as where we are?
We can go lower.
There were other skyscrapers in the Skinlands.
Yes, but the thing is, we don't know if there's cameras here. We don't know if there's security. We knew down there, not here.
Well, don't worry. If there are any fucking Masquerade breaches, Camarilla will cover it up. Don't you know?
It's our priority.
I'm not worried about Masquerade breaches. I am worried about how many vampires will come to us if we just go into the Skinlands now, because we don't know how good is the security here on the upper levels.
Well, we need to get into the upper levels anyway. And going from down to top is a one-way sure to die. Now, let's continue up.
Fine. Jasper will peer through the veil to see through the Skinlands once again.
So, looking into the Skinlands, you see the same door you saw in the cameras. And going beyond that door, you see that the area, while very high-end, very well-decorated, marble floors, very well-designed, has gone through very clear remodeling. A lot of the furniture has essentially been packed to the side and replaced with large bookshelves. The stairs that very clearly have the little golden rings where essentially a bar would be placed to hold down a velvet carpet to cover the stairs. Those have been removed, and the stairs are now covered with a wooden surface. The place looks much more like a study, a modern study, rather than a very, very well designed, expensive office or expensive mansion, rather. And
Well,
as hmm?
well, we're here on the level that I last saw on the cameras. I admit, very peaceful. It'd be nice to study here.
Well, I guess we know where the Tremere Prince studies.
Do I see any cameras anywhere?
You don't see any cameras. However, as you peer through the shroud, you begin to sense a sort of tingling sensation, and I need you to roll me perception awareness, please.
What aspects count into it?
Yeah, let's say so. Because it might actually help you spot something here.
So that's what difficulty is it? It's -4 difficulty because I have
Yeah, so
aspects 4.
it's enough successes, don't worry. So you seem to there's something as you peer through seems to be fighting against you. It doesn't feel you've dealt with Tremere before, so you know what a Tremere ward feels like. It feels like the same type of pushback, but it doesn't feel like it's targeting you as much as it's targeting your methodology. As in you piercing through the veil from the Shadowlands.
There's something trying to stop me seeing into the other side. But I'm still able to see it so far. I can sense it.
Well, probably it's some Tremere wars against, how to say?
Necromancers.
Mm-hmm.
So it can still go. It doesn't seem to be stopping. It is
Can
quite...
check further.
Let's check further. If this is a study, remember we're here for Larry, so...
So Jasper continues to go forward, leading the way for everyone.
All right. As you continue investigating, eventually you pass a room where you see a group of studious looking people sort of rummaging through documents and putting small signals on maps. You see a large map of California, and Jasper, could you roll me int and investigation, please? Yeah, that's 2 successes.
Yeah.
You spot a few volumes about elemental spirits. It seems they're trying to locate something. And on the map, all of the pins seem to have... they seem to be color-coded with a very strong color on the end of the pin. And you see one that sort of stands out for you. It is a pin very, very far northwest of LA, and it is colored yellow.
Jasper completely freezes in his track, taking in the whole map. Remembered heart, this map, as he is studying it. And he talks to himself, saying, "Oh, what I wouldn't do to get all these books right now." and his tail would shift like that of a scorpion, like he's ready to sting someone. Anyway, are we sure we can't make a pit stop, Marina?
Do you want us to get caught?
No, that would just make things difficult.
Exactly. Let's go.
Just one more moment, he says as he stares into the map, marking precisely where all these would be on his head,
Mm-hmm.
so he can then map it out and when he comes back to the haven.
Mm-hmm. I'll
Okay.
make a note and proceed.
And then Jasper would proceed to lead them once again.
Mm-hmm. You continue through the area, and as I described the scenes from before that Jack saw, you see similar places. You see a very long staircase, elevators connecting the side of it, basically through the floors, and eventually you reach this large set of doors that leads into this large office, and a single vampire sits at a desk speaking to what you assume is Larry. Your vision, however, looking at Larry, fails to be as clear as you wish. You eventually manage to push through this barrier and focus. And you do indeed see Larry and the vampire speaking to him. A tall, bald gentleman with a red coat and red round glasses. And right next to Larry is a second, slightly smaller gargoyle with long, stone frozen hair and a face almost locked in this suffering expression. And among the severe changes that the gargoyle transformation has imposed on this creature, you notice almost a sculpted set of hands on her chest, holding what looks like a sculpted heart.
Well, I found Larry.
Okay.
He is talking to the kindred,
Hmm.
all glasses, wearing red.
Strauss.
Probably.
There's another gargoyle also in here.
Mm.
Frozen hair, seems to be holding a heart made out of stone. Its face in pain, I think. Doesn't matter really. But he seems to be talking to Larry right now. And does Larry seem fine?
Larry
Question mark?
seems mindlessly fixated on the vampire, listening to every word without question. Notably, as you examine Larry's face, his jaw is missing. It seems like it was ripped out, and you can see burn marks on the side of his cheeks and throat.
Well, if this is the fucking safety that Oswald did, it's fucking pointless that Tremere know aspects as well.
Also, Larry seems to be mesmerized, maybe dominated, unsure. But they have
They do
ripped out.
possess dominate as well. Listen, I assume the ripped out jaw is Oswald's way of making sure he doesn't talk. But telepathy is a fucking thing.
He
Can you
doesn't seem to
listen?
be.
Can you listen in?
I tried to listen into what they're saying.
Unfortunately, this power does not allow you to listen through the shroud, only to see.
Hmm.
I can't hear through the veil, though I can try to maybe read his.
Is there any flowers here?
I look around the room to see if there's any plants.
None whatsoever.
No.
Hmm.
I try to read that the person that's talking to Larry lips, see if I can make any sense of what he's saying without being able to hear.
Hmm. Okay. Let me make a roll.
Actually, I'm gonna do the same, but I'm gonna do it with Eyes of Chaos because it also, like, for example, allows to decipher
Well,
stuff.
unfortunately, you can't see the guy, but you can use Eyes of Chaos on the idea of it.
Okay.
It's not as effective, but yeah. Okay, so Jasper, as you try to read the lips of the man, I need you to make 2 rolls. One of them, perception, empathy, and the other one, perception and let's say, what would be lip reading? Perception, expression? Yeah, let's go with expression. Bit of a weird
With
roll,
aspects.
but let's go.
Close.
Yes, for perception rolls with alertness, anything except awareness, usually it applies. So yes.
Yes. Okay. Oh, sorry, I
All good. All
forgot to
good.
change. So the first one, I got 4 successes. The second one, I hope I have 6 successes.
Okay. First one is perception, empathy, and second one's the perception, expression. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get to that in just a second. Serena, you were using Eyes of Chaos regarding this idea.
6 successes.
Yeah. What's the specific information you're trying to chase down?
I'm trying to, like,
you
know,
want to
like,
just understand the circumstances, relationship that's going on here.
I don't know. I am experimenting.
Okay. In that case,
It's just I've been communing with Storyteller, and that's like forest and nature and real life and death. Vampires are also like both alive and dead, so you know.
All right. Well,
I am experimenting.
Okay. So, in that mindset of experimenting with the connection of life and death and, presence of vampires, use Eyes of Chaos. And as you
I got 6 successes, by the way.
I know. I counted. Don't worry. As you focus, you drift off into this, even further into this darkness. You begin to see imagery of essentially a humanoid figure. It's almost made out of human tools, hammers, screws, pliers. It's essentially an open toolbox filled with tools, all dumped into this humanoid shape. And the shape seems to dance in front of you. And as it does, you see faint reflections of nylon strings As you follow the strings up, you see a gigantic hand made of wires that seems to essentially puppeteer the pile of tools. And as it dances, you see another hand, this one almost made of a fleshy substance that pulsates, but also with an off blue color to it. Do, this motion, and it cuts the strings, and the pile of tools falls to the floor, immobile. But at the same time, the strings still attached to the large hand begin to bleed, and the hand recoils in pain. And you return to your senses. As for Jasper, as you attempt to read the man's lips, you seem to capture a few words, namely the words, "I need you to something something over the local territory. Find her and bring her to me." You think that's what he said. And as he's about to continue, you capture a very, very faint moment where his gaze seems to drift in the middle of his speech. And for a very brief second, it hovers over you, and it seems to linger for a moment before diverting to something else.
Right then. I've looked. Whatever it is, we should tell Olivia to trigger the kill switch.
You would see Jasper like really focused, and then suddenly he's completely frozen. Not even his stealth, which usually are moving. He is completely frozen, not even moving a muscle. And he says, "I think we have been spotted. We should
Then
leave."
we should get the fuck out. Let's go.
Also, he told Larry to search for someone, a woman, I think. I'm sure. That's what I can make out.
Like I said, destroying somebody's jaw does not count as making somebody quiet.
I couldn't quite catch who he's searching for, but I think he's telling Larry to do so, but we should probably leave like immediately.
Let's go.
All right.
Still, what is the plan to go down? He says we can only go down so much in the Shadowlands.
I'll be right back.
So my idea is, if you give me some of your flesh, could potentially make her. I've seen Jack make steps down with his tentacles. Maybe he'll be able, but he's able to walk on them, but maybe we'll be able to do that. If he can summon a few of them, we can get down, and from there, maybe it'll be shorter fall. I mean, it's not like our penthouse is. Actually, how high is our penthouse?
Wouldn't be skyscraper high, obviously.
Yeah, but like.
Well, you
an
live in
average
about
ceiling.
the 24th floor, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
Or 17th
so
floor. It's something like that.
Okay, so it's about twice the fall distance. It's twice the fall distance.
3 times.
Twice I measured.
Okay.
So it's
I
about
mean,
twice
Serena,
the. Yeah,
you have fortitude, correct?
I do.
Do you still have your intestines?
My what?
Intestines.
Do I?
Have you removed them? I believe you removed them to make some modifications. But I
I don't
can be
think I
corrected.
did. I don't think I did.
Maybe that was Jasper. Yeah, that was Jasper because he replaced them with the hands, yes. So, yeah, you still have them. Your very, very atrophied intestines.
Well,
Time for some gross Zamichi shit.
Well, okay.
Well, I don't think that Serena would change back into human form. I think like we still have a way down to go.
You mean I changed back into my form to move?
Okay,
No,
we fucked up.
it will probably still be impossible. It's not long enough. We don't have anything long enough
Nah, not
to
really.
go down.
How long are intestines? Yeah.
It's not
look,
About
skyscraper
15
height.
meters.
Look.
About 15
it's-
meters of column.
Look, it's about twice the full size.
So, as you are discussing this,
We are going down as we're discussing
That's-
this. We're
Well,
going down.
down the stairs.
yeah, that's fine. You're going down the stairs, right? You're not jumping away from the building.
No.
Okay. So I need everyone to soak. Well, actually, no, because words are unsoakable. So everyone takes 3 lethal. Oh, sorry about that.
Fuck.
Okay, listen. We jump down. Jasper,
Yes.
give me some of your limbs. Not your leg limbs. You'll need those.
Jesper holds out his lower arms towards Serena. Take them. Just
Alright.
give them back. to her.
You'll just build a new ones. They're gonna get absorbed. So I'm gonna take those and using also the intestines, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use all of that material to make a parachute.
All right.
A big parachute. And also, like basically strengthen it with my fortitude.
Okay. Are you using? Are you doing this in one turn or several?
Yep, because I don't want to take more damage.
Okay. So you do this transformation, and because you're in that in-between state, Jack and Jasper, both of you take 3 lethal each. Serena, you skip 3 lethal this turn, but you're gonna take 3 lethal next turn if you stay
Oh
in the
my
tower.
fucking god.
I am going to heal 3.
Yes. Me too,
Okay.
actually.
Basically, I look to Jasper and I'm just like, hold the fuck onto me. Jack, you start fucking flying down and maybe actually get out of the building when you're like, out, okay?
Okay.
As she's about to finish,
I can
Jasper
teleport us out of the window. Fucking move.
And basically, as we're at the lower floor, I'm going to basically.
I'm gonna turn into shadow and fucking move.
Okay.
And
No.
I'm going to.
Actually, question: is it? Are we going to take even more damage by trying to go down the floor?
If
The
you continue discussing, I will inflict 3 more lethal. Yes.
Okay,
Okay,
let's get out of the window. Let's get out of the window. Let's get out
Jasper,
of the window.
Jasper, as soon as Serena finished saying that, just holds on to her, using his arms to her,
Mm-hmm.
and he just runs straight down. And if it takes too long and he sees it's taking too long, he's going to jump through the window. His body first, so Serena doesn't take any damage from the glass
Mm-hmm.
or the parachute.
All right. So Jasper,
And
I need you to roll stamina. Jack, I assume, fucking jumps off and turns into shadow. Yeah.
Yes.
Fucking yeet into darkness.
Oh yeah.
Yeet.
Well, it's all darkness over there, so
Mm-hmm.
hey.
Yeet it back home.
Yeah.
And that's one success.
All right. Let me just check something because this might actually. So you healed fully, correct?
Yes, I healed fully.
You smart son of a bitch. Take 4
Mhm.
lethal.
Nice.
When you impact against the window, not only is it much tougher than a regular window because this is a skyscraper, those things are thick as walls. Not only is it much tougher, but there is some supernatural effect that almost recoils at your attempt to escape, almost as if you just shattered through a cage, and you feel as basically small bits of glass leave some cuts on you. It's not a big deal, but the skin on your back feels like it's flayed off, and you feel essentially tendons ripping and muscle tearing from bone. And you barely manage to hang on to Serena with just one arm. Serena, what do you do?
I unfold the fucking parachute as soon as we're far away from the skyscraper and start fucking going down. And I'm basically using it sort of like, like how the paraplaters do.
Or trying to. It was a kind of a very, very quick transformation.
Yeah, but nothing too difficult.
Yeah, and as you begin to make your way from the tower and barely escape, we will end tonight's session. Thank you everyone for watching.
Wait. Why not tell Olivia?
We'll deal with that in post.
Okay.
I'll fix it up in post.
Thank you everyone for watching. We'll see you next week in Beyond Armageddon. Bye-bye.
See ya.